The greatest trick the devil ever pulled was convincing the world he didn't exist. And like that, he's gone. Charles Baudelaire. Introduction: The Hidden Theater of Human Behavior. Welcome to this exploration of dark psychology and the secrets of manipulation. This audiobook is designed to be both educational and relaxing, presented in a calm, monotone voice that allows you to learn while you rest. Whether you're listening to fall asleep or simply to understand the hidden dynamics of human behavior, you'll discover the psychological mechanisms that operate beneath the surface of our daily interactions. Dark psychology is not about teaching you to become manipulative. Instead, it's about understanding these tactics so you can recognize them, protect yourself from them, and make more informed decisions about the people and situations in your life. Think of this knowledge as a psychological immune system. Just as your body needs to recognize harmful bacteria to fight them off, your mind needs to recognize harmful psychological tactics to defend against them. Throughout history, humans have used their understanding of psychology to influence others. From ancient politicians to modern advertisers, the principles we'll explore have shaped civilizations, started wars, and built empires. But they've also operated in much smaller, more personal ways in our daily lives. Chapter 1: Understanding the Foundation of Dark Psychology. Dark psychology represents the study of manipulative, harmful, or exploitative behaviors, feelings, and motivations that people use to control others for personal gain. Manipulation can be sneaky and hard to notice, involving tactics like lying, emotional pressure, and twisting facts to create confusion, uncertainty, and doubt in the minds of those being manipulated. People who consistently use such tactics often display traits from what researchers call the dark triad. Combinations of Machiavellian, psychopathic, or narcissistic characteristics. They systematically exploit fundamental human needs like security, belonging, and trust. Imagine your mind as a house with many doors and windows. Most people keep some doors open for friends and family, while keeping others locked for privacy and safety. A person skilled in dark psychology knows exactly which windows are left unlocked, which doors have weak hinges, and how to slip inside without you noticing. The term dark psychology emerged from the recognition that traditional psychology, which focuses on healing and understanding, has a shadow side. This shadow side studies how psychological principles can be weaponized for personal gain, often at the expense of others' well-being. The dark triad, the three pillars of manipulation. At the core of dark psychology lies what researchers call the dark triad. These are three personality traits that, when combined, create individuals particularly skilled at manipulation, and exploitation. Narcissism is the first pillar. Picture someone who sees the world as a stage where they are always the starring actor. Everyone else exists merely as supporting characters in their personal drama. Narcissistic individuals possess an inflated sense of self-importance and an insatiable need for admiration. They believe they are special, unique, and deserving of special treatment. In practical terms, a narcissistic manipulator might constantly steer conversations back to themselves, exaggerate their achievements, or become angry when they don't receive the attention they believe they deserve. They manipulate by making others feel responsible for their emotional well-being. Machiavellianism is the second pillar, named after Niccolò Machiavelli, the Italian political philosopher who wrote about the strategic use of deception and manipulation in politics. Individuals high in Machiavellianism view social interactions as games to be won rather than genuine human connections to be cherished. A Machiavellian person might befriend you not because they enjoy your company, but because you have something they want, or because you can help them achieve a goal. They are strategic in their relationships, always calculating the cost-benefit ratio of their interactions with others. Psychopathy is the third pillar, characterized by a lack of empathy, remorse, and emotional depth. While popular culture often portrays psychopaths as violent criminals, most psychopaths function normally in society. They simply lack the emotional responses that guide most people's moral behavior. A psychopathic manipulator might hurt others without feeling guilt or remorse. They can mimic emotions they don't actually feel, appearing charming and concerned while internally feeling nothing. This emotional detachment allows them to manipulate others without being hindered by feelings of guilt or empathy. The neuroscience behind susceptibility. To understand why manipulation works, we need to examine how our brains process information and make decisions. Our brains are incredibly sophisticated organs, but they also have predictable patterns and shortcuts that skilled manipulators can exploit. The human brain processes approximately 11 million bits of information per second. But our conscious awareness can only handle about 40 bits per second. This means that over 90.99% of the information our brains process happens below the threshold of consciousness. This vast unconscious processing creates opportunities for influence that bypass our rational, deliberate thinking. Research published in the Journal of Personality and Social Psychology has identified various tactics incorporated in manipulation, including charm, silent treatment, coercion, reason, regression, and debasement, with different tactics being utilized more frequently depending on the target and situation. One crucial brain system that manipulators target is the limbic system, particularly the amygdala, which processes fear and emotional responses. When the amygdala is activated by fear, uncertainty, or strong emotion, it can essentially hijack our rational thinking processes. This is why many manipulation tactics begin by creating emotional arousal, fear, excitement, anger, or desire. Consider how a skilled salesperson might create urgency by saying, "This offer expires in 1 hour." Your amygdala responds to this artificial scarcity with mild anxiety, which can override your rational evaluation of whether you actually need the product. Another neurological vulnerability is our brain's tendency to seek patterns and make quick judgments based on limited information. This cognitive efficiency normally serves us well, but it can be exploited. For example, if someone is well-dressed and speaks confidently, our brains might quickly categorize them as trustworthy and competent, even if we have no evidence for these conclusions. The social psychology of influence, humans are fundamentally social creatures. Our survival as a species has depended on our ability to cooperate, share resources, and live in groups. This social nature creates both strengths and vulnerabilities. One of our most powerful social drives is the need for belonging and acceptance. We want to fit in with our groups, whether that's our family, friends, co-workers, or community. Skilled manipulators understand this drive and can exploit it by threatening our sense of belonging or by offering conditional acceptance. For instance, a manipulative romantic partner might say, "If you really loved me, you would." This statement exploits your desire to maintain the relationship and your fear of being seen as unloving. It bypasses rational evaluation and appeals directly to your emotional need for connection. Another fundamental social principle is reciprocity. The idea that when someone does something nice for us, we feel obligated to return the favor. This principle helps societies function smoothly, but it can be weaponized. A manipulator might do small, unsolicited favors for you, creating a sense of indebtedness that they later exploit for much larger requests. The principle of social proof is equally powerful. We tend to look to others to determine appropriate behavior, especially in uncertain situations. Manipulators can create false social proof by claiming that everyone is doing it, or by using fake testimonials to make their requests seem normal and acceptable. Chapter 2: The Architecture of Manipulation. Core Techniques Dark Psychology looks into how people use their understanding of human behavior and emotions to control others. It includes tactics like guilt tripping, gaslighting, and reverse psychology. Understanding manipulation techniques is like learning to recognize the architecture of deception. Each technique has a specific structure and purpose designed to exploit particular psychological vulnerabilities. Gaslighting, rewriting reality. Gaslighting is perhaps one of the most insidious forms of psychological manipulation. The term comes from a 1944 film called Gaslight, in which a husband systematically makes his wife question her own sanity by manipulating environmental cues and denying her perceptions of reality. In real life, gaslighting works by gradually eroding a person's confidence in their own perceptions, memories, and judgment. It's a slow process, like water wearing away stone. The victim doesn't realize what's happening until their sense of reality has been significantly compromised. A gaslighter might use phrases like, "That never happened," "You're being too sensitive," "You're remembering it wrong," or "You're imagining things." Over time, these denials cause the victim to doubt their own experiences and memories. The neurological impact of gaslighting is profound and well documented in psychological research. When our memories and perceptions are constantly questioned, the brain begins to rely more heavily on external validation rather than internal certainty. Brain imaging studies show that chronic gaslighting can actually alter neural pathways, particularly affecting the hippocampus, responsible for memory formation, and the prefrontal cortex, responsible for decision-making and self-awareness. This neurological impact creates a genuine dependency on the gaslighter for defining reality, which is exactly what the manipulator seeks to achieve. Imagine Sarah, who notices that money is missing from their joint bank account. When she asks her partner about it, he responds with confusion and denial. "What are you talking about? I haven't touched that account. Maybe you forgot about some purchases you made." If this pattern continues, with the partner denying obvious realities and suggesting Sarah is forgetful or confused, Sarah might eventually stop trusting her own observations and become psychologically dependent on her partner's version of reality. Guilt manipulation. Weaponizing conscience. Guilt is a powerful emotion that serves an important social function. It helps us maintain relationships by making us feel bad when we hurt others. However, this natural mechanism can be exploited by those who understand how to artificially trigger and amplify guilt responses. Guilt manipulation often begins with the manipulator positioning themselves as a victim or martyr. They might say things like, "After everything I've done for you," or "I guess I'm just not important to you anymore." These statements are designed to make you feel responsible for their emotional state and to motivate you to do whatever it takes to alleviate their supposed suffering. The psychological mechanism behind guilt manipulation involves triggering your natural empathy and desire to maintain relationships. When someone appears hurt or disappointed by your actions, your brain's mirror neurons activate, causing you to experience some of their emotional distress. This shared emotional experience motivates you to take action to resolve the situation. Skilled guilt manipulators often use a technique called emotional blackmail, where they threaten negative consequences, not for themselves, but for the relationship or for your reputation, if you don't comply with their wishes. They might say, "If you don't help me with this, I don't know how I can trust you in the future," or "Other people are going to think you're really selfish if you don't do this." The effectiveness of guilt manipulation depends largely on the target's moral sensitivity and relationship commitment. People who are naturally empathetic, conscientious, or deeply invested in maintaining relationships are particularly vulnerable to these tactics. Love bombing, the intoxication of excessive affection. Love bombing is a manipulation technique where someone overwhelms their target with excessive affection, attention, and apparent devotion, usually early in a relationship. Like a drug, this intense positive attention creates a powerful psychological addiction that can be later exploited. The neurochemistry of love bombing exploits the brain's reward system, particularly the release of dopamine, oxytocin, and other feel-good chemicals. When someone receives unexpected, intense positive attention, their brain interprets this as a highly rewarding experience and naturally seeks to repeat it. A love bomber might shower you with gifts, constant text messages, elaborate compliments, and declarations of love very early in the relationship. They might say things like, "I've never met anyone like you," "You're perfect," or "I feel like I've known you my whole life." This creates an artificial sense of intimacy and connection. The manipulation becomes apparent later when the love bomber begins to withdraw this attention, creating a psychological withdrawal effect. The victim, now addicted to the intense positive reinforcement, will often do whatever it takes to regain the manipulator's approval and affection. Think of Mark, who meets Jennifer online. Within the first week, Jennifer sends him dozens of messages telling him how amazing he is, how she's never felt this way about anyone, and how he must be the one. She buys him expensive gifts and talks about their future together. Mark feels incredibly special and valued. However, after a month, Jennifer's attention begins to decrease. She becomes critical and distant. Mark, missing the intense positive attention, begins to change his behavior, trying desperately to return to those early days of overwhelming affection. Triangulation. Divide and conquer. Triangulation is a manipulation technique that involves bringing a third party into a two-person conflict or relationship dynamic. This technique serves to destabilize relationships, create competition, and maintain control over multiple people simultaneously. In triangulation, the manipulator positions themselves at the center of attention and conflict, with two or more other people competing for their approval or trying to resolve conflicts through them rather than directly with each other. This dynamic gives the manipulator significant power and control over the situation. One common form of triangulation involves creating jealousy or competition. A manipulative romantic partner might frequently mention how attractive, successful, or interested other people are in them. This creates insecurity in their current partner and motivates them to work harder for the manipulator's attention and commitment. Another form involves playing people against each other by sharing different, often contradictory information with each party. The manipulator might tell person A that person B said something negative about them, then tell person B that person A is upset with them. Both people end up focused on their conflict with each other rather than recognizing that the manipulator is creating and maintaining the drama. In workplace settings, a manipulative manager might use triangulation by giving different team members contradictory instructions, or by sharing selective information that creates conflict and competition among staff members. This keeps the team members focused on competing with each other rather than questioning the manager's leadership or decisions. Silent treatment, the power of withdrawal. The silent treatment is a form of emotional manipulation that uses withdrawal of communication and attention as a punishment or control mechanism. It exploits our fundamental human need for connection and belonging by threatening the relationship itself. When someone gives you the silent treatment, they are essentially saying, "You are dead to me until you do what I want." This creates a powerful psychological pressure because humans are social creatures who rely on communication and connection for emotional well-being and even basic safety. Brain imaging studies have shown that social rejection and the silent treatment activate the same pain centers in the brain as physical injury. Specifically, the anterior cingulate cortex and the right ventral prefrontal cortex. The phrase "hurt feelings" is more than just a metaphor. Social rejection literally causes measurable pain responses in the brain. This neurological reality explains why the silent treatment is such an effective manipulation tactic. It triggers genuine distress that the victim instinctively seeks to alleviate, often by complying with the manipulator's unspoken demands. A person using the silent treatment might suddenly stop responding to texts, ignore you when you're in the same room, or act as if you don't exist. They provide no explanation for their behavior, leaving you to guess what you might have done wrong and how you might fix it. The psychological pressure builds because the target typically begins to ruminate obsessively about the relationship and what they might have done to deserve this treatment. They may begin to compromise their own values apologize for things they didn't do, or change their behavior dramatically in an attempt to restore communication. The power of the silent treatment lies in its ambiguity. Unlike direct communication about problems, which can be addressed and resolved, the silent treatment provides no clear path to resolution. The target is left to guess and assume, usually in ways that benefit the manipulator. Intermittent reinforcement, the addiction algorithm. Intermittent reinforcement is perhaps the most powerful tool in the manipulator's arsenal because it creates genuine psychological addiction. This technique involves providing rewards, attention, affection, approval on an unpredictable schedule, which actually makes the rewards more psychologically addictive than if they were provided consistently. The principle comes from behavioral psychology research on addiction and conditioning. When rats could get cocaine by pressing a lever consistently, they used it regularly, but could also stop. However, when the cocaine was delivered on an unpredictable schedule, sometimes after one press, sometimes after 10, sometimes not at all, the rats became obsessively addicted, pressing the lever frantically and continuously. In human relationships, intermittent reinforcement might look like a partner who is sometimes incredibly loving and attentive, and other times cold and distant with no predictable pattern. The person receiving this treatment becomes psychologically hooked on trying to figure out how to get the positive treatment and avoiding the negative treatment. Consider Lisa, whose boss sometimes praises her work enthusiastically and treats her like his most valued employee, while other times he ignores her contributions or criticizes her harshly for minor issues. Lisa finds herself constantly thinking about work, trying to decode what makes the difference between good days and bad days. She works longer hours, takes on extra projects, and constantly monitors her boss's mood, all in an attempt to maximize the positive interactions and minimize the negative ones. The addictive quality of intermittent reinforcement means that victims often have difficulty leaving these relationships even when they recognize that they're unhealthy. The unpredictable positive experiences keep them hoping that things will improve or return to the good times. Chapter 3. Emotional manipulation. Playing with hearts and minds. Emotional manipulation represents perhaps the most sophisticated and effective category of psychological control. Manipulation can be sneaky and hard to notice. It may include tactics like lying, emotional pressure, and twisting facts. These methods create confusion, uncertainty, and doubt in the minds of those being manipulated, making it easier for the manipulator to control them. Unlike logical arguments that can be consciously evaluated and rejected, emotional manipulation bypasses rational thinking and directly targets our feelings, instincts, and unconscious responses. Fear-based control, manufacturing anxiety. Fear is one of our most primal emotions, designed to keep us alive by motivating us to avoid or escape danger. However, this survival mechanism can be hijacked and weaponized by those who understand how to artificially create and manipulate fear responses. Fear-based manipulation works by creating artificial threats or amplifying minor risks until they feel overwhelming. The manipulator positions themselves as either the source of potential harm or the solution to the manufactured problem, creating a dependency relationship. One common form is the creation of artificial urgency or scarcity. A manipulator might say, if you don't decide right now, this opportunity will disappear forever. Or, other people are already taking advantage of this, and soon it will be too late for you. These statements trigger loss aversion, our psychological tendency to fear losing something more than we value gaining something of equal worth. Another form involves threatening abandonment or withdrawal of support. A manipulative parent might tell their adult child, "If you make this decision, I don't know if I can continue to have you in my life." This threatens the fundamental human need for belonging and family connection. Fear-based manipulation is particularly effective because fear narrows our attention and reduces our ability to think creatively about solutions. When we're afraid, we tend to focus intensely on the threat and look for the quickest way to make the fear go away, even if that solution is not in our long-term best interest. The neuroscience behind fear manipulation involves the amygdala's fight or flight response. When the amygdala perceives a threat, it can essentially hijack the prefrontal cortex, which is responsible for rational decision-making. This is why people often make poor decisions when they're afraid. Their rational thinking has been temporarily disabled by their emotional response. Shame and humiliation. Attacking self-worth. Shame is different from guilt in important ways. While guilt says, "I did something bad," shame says, "I am something bad." Shame attacks our fundamental sense of self-worth and belonging, making it an incredibly powerful tool for manipulation. Shame-based manipulation works by making the victim feel fundamentally flawed, unworthy, or defective. The manipulator positions themselves as someone who, despite the victim's obvious flaws, is willing to tolerate or help them. This creates a power dynamic where the victim feels grateful for the manipulator's presence and becomes afraid of losing their acceptance. A shame-based manipulator might use phrases like, "Nobody else would put up with you," "You're lucky I'm willing to deal with your problems," or "Most people would have given up on you by now." These statements attack the victim's sense of inherent worth and make them feel dependent on the manipulator's tolerance and acceptance. Humiliation tactics work similarly, but focus on public embarrassment rather than private shame. A manipulator might criticize you in front of others, share your private information publicly, or engineer situations where you feel foolish or incompetent in social settings. The psychological impact of shame and humiliation is profound because these emotions threaten our fundamental need for belonging and social acceptance. Humans have evolved as tribal creatures, and historically, being rejected by your social group could literally mean death. Our brains still respond to social rejection and humiliation as if it were a life-threatening situation. Shame-based manipulation is particularly insidious because it often contains just enough truth to be believable. Everyone has flaws, mistakes, and insecurities. A skilled manipulator will identify these vulnerable areas and systematically exploit them, making their victim feel as if their natural human imperfections are actually serious character defects. Hope and false promises. The carrot on a stick. Hope manipulation involves dangling the possibility of something wonderful just out of reach, keeping the victim motivated and compliant while never actually delivering on the promises. Like a carrot on a stick held in front of a donkey, the promise of reward keeps the victim moving forward without ever actually receiving satisfaction. This technique exploits our natural optimism and our psychological tendency to overweight potential future rewards compared to present costs. The manipulator makes grand promises about what will happen someday, often after the victim has proven their loyalty, made sacrifices, or met certain conditions. A hope manipulator might promise a romantic partner that they'll get married once I get my career established, or tell an employee that a promotion is coming as soon as the company's financial situation improves. These promises are vague enough to be indefinitely postponed, while specific enough to maintain motivation. The psychological mechanism behind hope manipulation involves intermittent reinforcement combined with future-focused thinking. The manipulator occasionally provides small pieces of evidence that the promise might be real: a romantic dinner, a small raise, a moment of genuine seeming affection, just enough to keep hope alive. The victim becomes invested in the promise through what psychologists call the sunk cost fallacy. The more time, energy, and sacrifice they've already invested in pursuit of the promised reward, the harder it becomes to walk away. They tell themselves, "I've already invested so much, I can't give up now." Hope manipulation is particularly cruel because it exploits one of humanity's greatest strengths: our ability to delay gratification and work toward long-term goals. The manipulator corrupts this noble capacity by making promises they never intend to keep. Emotional contagion, spreading feeling. Emotional contagion is the phenomenon by which emotions spread from person to person through unconscious mimicry and empathy. Skilled emotional manipulators understand how to deliberately create and spread emotions that serve their purposes. Mirror neurons in our brains cause us to unconsciously mimic the facial expressions, body language, and emotional states of people around us. This normally helps us connect with others and understand their experiences, but it can be weaponized by those who know how to artificially generate emotions in others. A manipulator might dramatically display certain emotions: sadness, anger, excitement, fear, knowing that others around them will unconsciously begin to mirror and experience similar emotions. Once everyone in the room is feeling what the manipulator wants them to feel, they become more susceptible to suggestions and requests that align with that emotional state. For example, a manipulative leader might create artificial excitement and urgency in a meeting by speaking quickly, using animated gestures, and expressing intense enthusiasm about a project. The emotional contagion spreads through the room, and suddenly, everyone feels excited and energized about something they might have approached more cautiously if they had been in a calm, rational state. Emotional contagion can also work through storytelling and vivid descriptions. A skilled manipulator might tell emotionally charged stories designed to create specific feelings in their audience. They might describe scenarios that make people feel guilty, afraid, angry, or hopeful, then use those artificially created emotions to motivate specific behaviors. The key to emotional contagion manipulation is that the emotions feel genuinely experienced by the victim, even though they were artificially induced. The person doesn't realize that their emotional state has been deliberately created and shaped by someone else for manipulative purposes. Chapter 4: Cognitive Manipulation. Hijacking thought processes. Cognitive manipulation involves exploiting the ways our minds process information, make decisions, and form beliefs. Our brains use mental shortcuts and patterns to efficiently navigate complex information, but these same shortcuts can be exploited by those who understand cognitive psychology. Information control. Curating reality. Information control is the practice of deliberately managing what information someone receives, how it's presented, and when it's shared. By controlling information, a manipulator can shape someone's understanding of reality and their decision-making process. One form of information control is selective disclosure, sharing only information that supports the manipulator's agenda while withholding contradictory evidence. A manipulative financial advisor might enthusiastically share stories of clients who made money following their advice, while never mentioning clients who lost money using the same strategies. Another form is information timing, releasing information at strategic moments when the recipient is most likely to react in a desired way. A manipulator might wait until someone is tired, stressed, or emotional before sharing important information, knowing that people make poorer decisions when their cognitive resources are depleted. Information overload is another control technique. By flooding someone with excessive amounts of complex information, the manipulator can create mental fatigue and confusion. When people feel overwhelmed by information, they often default to trusting the person who seems most confident and organized, usually the one controlling the information flow. The digital age has made information control more sophisticated and widespread. Social media algorithms, search engine results, and personalized content feeds can create filter bubbles where people only see information that confirms their existing beliefs and biases. Skilled manipulators can exploit these systems to ensure their targets only encounter information that supports the manipulator's agenda. The psychological impact of information control is profound because our sense of reality is largely constructed from the information we receive. If someone can control your information diet, they can effectively control your perception of what's true, what's possible, and what decisions make sense. Cognitive dissonance, exploitation, creating mental conflict. Cognitive dissonance is the psychological discomfort we feel when we hold contradictory beliefs, values, or attitudes. This discomfort motivates us to resolve the contradiction, usually by changing one of the conflicting elements. Manipulators can deliberately create cognitive dissonance and then offer resolution that serves their purposes. The technique works by getting someone to commit to something that conflicts with their existing beliefs or values. The discomfort of this contradiction motivates them to either change their behavior to match their beliefs, or change their beliefs to match their behavior. Skilled manipulators guide this resolution process toward outcomes that benefit them. For example, a cult leader might ask new recruits to make small commitments that gradually contradict their previous values. Each commitment creates dissonance, which the leader resolves by offering new belief systems that justify the behavior. Over time, the person's entire value system can be restructured through this process. In sales, cognitive dissonance might be created by getting a customer to agree that they want to save money, a value most people hold, while also showing them an expensive product they desire. The dissonance between wanting to save money and wanting the expensive item can be resolved by the salesperson offering financing options, emphasizing the product's long-term value, or reframing the purchase as an investment rather than an expense. The power of cognitive dissonance exploitation lies in the fact that people naturally want to see themselves as consistent and rational. When faced with evidence of their own inconsistency, they often change their beliefs or behaviors to restore a sense of internal harmony, even if the change is not in their best interests. Anchoring and framing, shaping perception. Anchoring is a cognitive bias where people rely heavily on the first piece of information they receive about a topic. This initial information becomes the anchor that influences all subsequent judgments and decisions. Manipulators can exploit this by strategically controlling what information people encounter. First, in negotiations, an experienced manipulator might start with an extreme initial offer, knowing that this anchor will influence all subsequent discussions. Even if the final agreement is far from the initial offer, it will likely be closer to the manipulator's desired outcome than if they had started with a more reasonable initial position. Framing involves presenting the same information in different ways to influence how people interpret and respond to it. The classic example is describing a medical procedure as having a 90% success rate versus a 10% failure rate. The information is identical, but the framing dramatically influences how people feel about the procedure. A manipulative manager might frame layoffs as right-sizing the organization for future growth, rather than firing people to cut costs. The framing makes the same action seem positive and forward-thinking rather than negative and reactive. Price anchoring is common in retail settings. A store might display an expensive item prominently, knowing that it makes other items seem reasonably priced by comparison. The expensive item serves as an anchor that shifts people's perception of what constitutes a fair price. The effectiveness of anchoring and framing lies in the fact that these processes happen largely below conscious awareness. People don't realize that their judgments are being influenced by arbitrary reference points or clever word choices. They believe they're making independent, rational decisions based on objective information, false dilemmas, limiting options. False dilemma manipulation involves presenting a complex situation as if there are only two possible options, usually with one option clearly superior to the other. This technique artificially limits the victim's perception of available choices and guides them toward the manipulator's preferred outcome. In reality, most situations have multiple possible solutions and approaches. However, by presenting only two options, often framed as good versus bad or smart versus stupid, the manipulator can make their preferred choice seem obvious and inevitable. A manipulative romantic partner might say, "Either you trust me completely and stop asking questions, or you don't love me at all." This false dilemma ignores the possibility that someone could love their partner while still having reasonable concerns, or that trust might be built gradually through open communication. In workplace settings, a manipulative leader might present decisions as either we implement my plan immediately or the company will fail. This ignores the possibilities of modified plans, alternative approaches, or different timelines for implementation. Political manipulation often uses false dilemmas to polarize public opinion. Complex policy issues are reduced to simple either-or choices, making nuanced discussion and compromise seem impossible or even treasonous. The psychological effectiveness of false dilemmas stems from our cognitive preference for simplicity and certainty. When faced with complex decisions, we often feel overwhelmed and anxious. A false dilemma offers the comfort of simplicity and the relief of having a clear, obvious choice, even if that choice is artificially constructed. Repetition and consistency. Programming belief. Repetition is one of the most fundamental techniques of persuasion and manipulation. When we hear the same message repeatedly, our brains begin to treat it as familiar, and familiarity is often confused with truth. This is known as the illusory truth effect. Manipulators use repetition strategically, understanding that ideas don't need to be logical or evidence-based to become believable. They just need to be encountered frequently. By repeating key messages across multiple contexts and time periods, they can gradually install beliefs and attitudes in their targets. The repetition doesn't need to be word for word identical to be effective. Variations on the same theme, presented in different contexts and formats, can be even more powerful because they create the illusion that the idea is widespread and accepted by multiple independent sources. Consistency manipulation involves getting someone to make small commitments that align with the manipulator's agenda, then using those commitments to motivate larger ones. Once someone has committed to a position or identity, they feel psychological pressure to behave consistently with that commitment. A manipulator might start by getting someone to agree to a small, seemingly innocent statement like, "I think it's important to help people in need." This commitment can later be leveraged for requests like, "Since you believe in helping people, I'm sure you'll want to donate to this cause." Or, "As someone who cares about others, you understand why I need your help with this." The power of consistency manipulation lies in our psychological need to see ourselves as rational, reliable people who stand by our commitments. Once we've publicly committed to something, changing our minds feels like admitting we were wrong or that we're inconsistent, which threatens our self-image and social standing. Chapter 5: Social and Environmental Manipulation. Social manipulation involves exploiting group dynamics, social pressures, and environmental factors to influence behavior. Humans are inherently social creatures, and our behavior is significantly influenced by social context, group membership, and environmental cues. Authority and status. Exploitation authority. Manipulation exploits our natural tendency to defer to those in positions of power or expertise. This tendency evolved because following legitimate authority often led to better outcomes for individuals and groups. However, this instinctive deference can be exploited by those who assume authority positions without legitimate expertise or benevolent intentions. The manipulation can involve false credentials, borrowed authority, or the mere appearance of expertise. Someone might introduce themselves with impressive-sounding titles, display certificates and awards, or associate themselves with respected institutions to create an impression of authority that exceeds their actual qualifications. Environmental cues play a crucial role in authority manipulation. An impressive office, expensive clothing, confident body language, and formal speech patterns can all create an aura of authority that influences how others perceive and respond to someone, regardless of their actual competence or trustworthiness. A manipulator might exploit institutional authority by claiming to represent respected organizations or by invoking the authority of absent experts. They might say things like, "Studies have shown," or "Experts agree that," without providing specific citations or evidence. Knowing that many people won't question claims that appear to be backed by scientific or institutional authority. The psychological mechanism behind authority manipulation involves our cognitive tendency to use mental shortcuts when evaluating complex information. Rather than thoroughly investigating someone's credentials and expertise, we often rely on surface indicators of authority to make quick judgments about trustworthiness and competence. Group pressure and social proof. Social proof manipulation exploits our tendency to look to others for guidance about appropriate behavior, especially in uncertain or ambiguous situations. When we're unsure how to act, we naturally observe what others are doing and assume that their behavior represents the correct or normal response. Manipulators can create false social proof through various means. They might claim that everyone is doing it, use fake testimonials, or engineer situations where the target observes others engaging in the desired behavior. The manipulation works because people rarely verify whether the claimed social proof is genuine. Online manipulation has made false social proof easier to create and more convincing. Fake reviews, purchased followers, and bot-generated engagement can create the appearance of widespread approval or participation. These artificial indicators of social proof can influence real people's perceptions and decisions. Group pressure manipulation involves creating situations where individuals feel pressured to conform to group expectations, even when those expectations conflict with their personal values or best interests. The manipulator creates an artificial group consensus and uses social pressure to motivate compliance. This might involve statements like, "Everyone else has already agreed to this," or "You're the only one who seems to have a problem with this plan." The implication is that the individual's hesitation or disagreement marks them as difficult, unreasonable, or anti-social. The Ash conformity experiments demonstrated how powerful group pressure can be. Participants would give obviously incorrect answers to simple questions when they believed the rest of the group had given those same incorrect answers. The desire to fit in and avoid social conflict often overrides our confidence in our own perceptions and judgment. In workplace settings, group pressure manipulation might involve creating artificial consensus in meetings through tactics like having allies speak first to establish a group position, or scheduling important discussions when dissenting voices are absent. The manipulator creates the appearance that reasonable people all agree with their position. Isolation and dependency creation isolation manipulation involves systematically separating someone from their support networks, alternative information sources, and independent relationships. By creating dependency, the manipulator becomes the primary or only source of social connection, validation, and information. This process often begins gradually and subtly. The manipulator might express concern about the target's friends or family members, suggesting that these relationships are harmful or holding the target back. They might create conflicts or awkward situations that make it unpleasant for the target to maintain other relationships. Over time, the isolation increases. The manipulator might monopolize the target's time, making it difficult to maintain other relationships. They might relocate the target away from their support network, or create financial or logistical barriers to maintaining outside connections. The psychological impact of isolation is profound. Humans need social connection for psychological health and reality testing. When someone becomes isolated, they lose the ability to check their perceptions against others' experiences and become increasingly dependent on the manipulator's version of reality. Isolation manipulation is particularly dangerous because it creates a feedback loop. As the target becomes more isolated, they become more dependent on the manipulator. As they become more dependent, they become more vulnerable to other forms of manipulation and less able to recognize what's happening to them. Environmental control and setting manipulation. Environmental manipulation involves controlling physical spaces, timing, and circumstances to create psychological advantages. The manipulator understands that context significantly influences behavior and decision-making, and they engineer environments that support their manipulative goals. Physical environment manipulation might involve choosing meeting locations that favor the manipulator's position. They might meet in their own office to emphasize their authority, choose noisy or distracting locations to impair the target's thinking, or select intimate settings to create artificial emotional intimacy. Timing manipulation involves scheduling important conversations or decisions when the target is most vulnerable. This might be when they're tired, stressed, hungry, or emotionally compromised. The manipulator understands that people make poorer decisions when their cognitive resources are depleted. A common timing manipulation is the foot in the door technique, where small requests are made when someone is in a good mood or feeling generous, followed by larger requests when they're committed to maintaining consistency. Another is the door in the face technique, where an outrageous request is followed by a more reasonable one that seems modest by comparison. Environmental control can also involve managing information flow and communication channels. A manipulator might insist on communicating only through certain platforms they control, or they might create information scarcity by limiting access to documents, records, or other people who might provide alternative perspectives. The effectiveness of environmental manipulation lies in the fact that people often don't recognize how much their behavior is influenced by context. They attribute their decisions to internal factors, their preferences, values, and rational thinking, without realizing how much the manipulator has shaped the decision-making environment. Chapter 6: Digital Age, Manipulation, Modern Tactics. The digital age has created new opportunities and platforms for manipulation while amplifying traditional techniques. Social media, online platforms, and digital communication tools have fundamentally changed how information spreads, how relationships form, and how influence operates. Social media manipulation and echo chambers. Social media platforms have created unprecedented opportunities for manipulation through their algorithmic design and vast reach. These platforms are designed to maximize engagement, which often means promoting content that generates strong emotional responses: anger, fear, outrage, or excitement. Manipulators can exploit these algorithmic tendencies by creating content designed to trigger strong emotions while embedding their manipulative messages within that emotionally charged content. They understand that emotional content spreads faster and wider than rational, measured discussion. Echo chambers are created when algorithmic systems show people content similar to what they've previously engaged with. Over time, this creates information bubbles where people only encounter information that confirms their existing beliefs and biases. Manipulators can exploit these echo chambers by targeting specific groups with tailored messages that align with their established worldviews. Astroturfing is the practice of creating artificial grassroots movements or opinions through fake accounts, bots, and coordinated campaigns. A manipulator might create dozens or hundreds of fake social media accounts to make it appear that there's widespread support for their position or opposition to their opponents. The psychological impact of social media manipulation is amplified by the platform's addictive design. Features like infinite scroll, variable reward schedules, and social validation through likes and comments create dependency relationships that make users more susceptible to influence and less likely to critically evaluate the information they encounter. Information warfare and information warfare involves the strategic use of information to achieve political, social, or economic objectives. This can include spreading misinformation, suppressing accurate information, or creating confusion and uncertainty about important issues. Misinformation manipulation often works not by convincing people to believe false things, but by creating enough doubt and confusion that people lose confidence in their ability to determine what's true. When people feel overwhelmed by conflicting information, they often default to believing sources that align with their existing biases or that seem most confident and authoritative. The fire hose of falsehood technique involves overwhelming people with a constant stream of information, much of it contradictory or false. The goal is not to establish any particular truth, but to create confusion and fatigue that makes people stop trying to distinguish between true and false information. Selective editing and context manipulation have become easier with digital tools. Videos can be edited to remove context. Quotes can be taken out of context, and statistics can be presented in misleading ways. The manipulator creates technically accurate information that nevertheless creates false impressions. Deep fakes and other advanced technologies are creating new possibilities for information manipulation. These tools can create convincing audio or video evidence of events that never happened, making it increasingly difficult for people to trust their own senses or evaluate evidence independently. Digital stalking and surveillance. Digital platforms have created new opportunities for stalking, surveillance, and privacy violation that can be used for manipulative purposes. The amount of personal information available online, combined with sophisticated data analysis tools, allows manipulators to gather detailed intelligence about their targets. Social media profiles, online purchasing history, location data, and communication patterns can all be analyzed to identify psychological vulnerabilities, personal relationships, financial situations, and behavioral patterns. This information can then be used to craft highly targeted, manipulative approaches. Digital surveillance can be used to monitor someone's communications, track their movements, or gather compromising information that can be used for blackmail or coercion. The ubiquity of digital devices and online services means that most people leave extensive digital trails that can be exploited by those with the knowledge and motivation to do so. The psychological impact of digital surveillance manipulation includes paranoia, self-censorship, and behavioral changes designed to avoid potential consequences. Even when people aren't being actively monitored, the knowledge that surveillance is possible can alter their behavior and decision-making. Online relationship manipulation. Digital communication has changed how relationships form and develop, creating new opportunities for manipulation. Online relationships often develop more quickly than in-person relationships, and they can be based on carefully curated personas rather than authentic self-presentation. Catfishing involves creating false online identities to deceive others in romantic or personal relationships. The manipulator might use fake photos, fabricated personal histories, or stolen identities to create emotional connections with their targets. These false relationships can be used for emotional manipulation, financial fraud, or other harmful purposes. Online manipulation can also involve impersonation of trusted figures, friends, family members, or authority figures. By compromising accounts or creating fake profiles, manipulators can exploit existing trust relationships to gain access to sensitive information or motivate harmful behaviors. The asynchronous nature of digital communication allows manipulators to craft their messages carefully, consulting with others or using reference materials to create more persuasive and manipulative content than they might be able to generate in real-time conversations. Chapter 7: Psychological Profiles. Understanding the manipulators. Understanding the psychology of manipulators helps us recognize their tactics and motivations. While every individual is unique, research has identified common patterns and characteristics among those who engage in systematic manipulation of others. The narcissistic manipulator. Narcissistic manipulators are driven by an insatiable need for admiration, validation, and control. They view other people primarily as sources of narcissistic supply, attention, praise, and confirmation of their superiority. Their manipulation often centers around maintaining their self-image and ensuring a steady flow of admiration. These manipulators typically have a grandiose sense of self-importance and believe they are special, unique, and deserving of special treatment. They often fantasize about unlimited success, power, beauty, or ideal love. This grandiosity masks deep insecurities and a fragile self-esteem that requires constant external validation. In relationships, narcissistic manipulators often begin with love bombing, overwhelming their targets with attention, affection, and promises of a perfect future together. This creates intense emotional bonds and dependency. Once the target is emotionally invested, the manipulator begins to withdraw attention and introduce criticism, creating a cycle of pursuit and withdrawal that keeps the victim off balance and increasingly desperate for approval. Narcissistic manipulators are particularly skilled at gaslighting because they genuinely believe their own perceptions are more valid than others. They're not necessarily lying when they deny reality. They may actually believe their distorted version of events because it preserves their self-image and sense of superiority. They often use projection, attributing their own negative behaviors and motivations to others. A narcissistic manipulator who is being deceptive might accuse their partner of lying. One who is considering leaving might accuse their partner of planning to abandon them. The most dangerous aspect of narcissistic manipulation is that these individuals often lack genuine empathy. They can mimic empathetic responses when it serves their purposes, but they don't actually feel concern for others' well-being. This allows them to inflict significant psychological harm without experiencing guilt or remorse. The psychopathic manipulator. Psychopathic manipulators are characterized by a profound lack of empathy, guilt, and emotional depth. They view other people as objects to be used for their benefit, rather than as fellow human beings deserving of consideration and respect. Their manipulation is often calculated, strategic, and devoid of emotional attachment. These individuals are often charming and charismatic, skilled at mimicking emotions they don't actually feel. They can be incredibly persuasive because they're not hindered by guilt, anxiety, or concern for others' feelings. They can lie effortlessly, make promises they never intend to keep, and manipulate emotions they don't understand. Psychopathic manipulators are often parasitic, preferring to exploit others' resources rather than work for their own success. They might engage in financial fraud, identity theft, or elaborate cons designed to separate people from their money, property, or other resources. Unlike narcissistic manipulators, who are driven by emotional needs for admiration and validation, psychopathic manipulators are often driven by practical goals: money, power, sex, or simply entertainment. They may manipulate people purely for the intellectual challenge or because they enjoy the sense of control. These manipulators are particularly dangerous because they can be extremely patient and strategic. They may spend months or years building trust and creating dependencies before exploiting their victims. They're also skilled at identifying vulnerable targets, people who are lonely, trusting, or going through difficult periods in their lives. The lack of emotional attachment means that psychopathic manipulators can discard their victims without hesitation when they're no longer useful. They feel no guilt about the harm they cause, and may even feel contempt for their victims' vulnerability and trustfulness. The Machiavellian manipulator. Machiavellian manipulators are characterized by strategic thinking, emotional detachment, and a pragmatic approach to achieving their goals. They view social interactions as games to be won rather than relationships to be cherished. Their manipulation is often subtle, indirect, and focused on long-term strategic advantage. These individuals are skilled at reading people and situations, identifying power structures, and positioning themselves advantageously within social and professional hierarchies. They understand that direct confrontation often fails, so they prefer to achieve their goals through indirect influence, alliance building, and strategic patience. Machiavellian manipulators often present themselves as helpful, loyal, and trustworthy, while secretly pursuing their own agenda. They might offer assistance or support to gain access to information, resources, or influence that they can later exploit. They're skilled at creating win-win situations where both parties benefit, but where they benefit significantly more. In workplace settings, Machiavellian manipulators often excel at office politics. They build strategic alliances, gather intelligence about colleagues and competitors, and position themselves to take advantage of opportunities for advancement. They might sabotage competitors subtly while maintaining plausible deniability. Unlike psychopathic manipulators, Machiavellian manipulators usually understand emotions and social relationships, even if they approach them strategically rather than authentically. They can form genuine attachments, but these relationships are often secondary to their strategic goals. The danger of Machiavellian manipulation lies in its subtlety and long-term nature. Victims often don't realize they're being manipulated until significant damage has already been done. The manipulator's strategic thinking means they often have backup plans and exit strategies that allow them to escape consequences. The borderline manipulator. Borderline manipulators are driven by intense fear of abandonment and emotional instability. Their manipulation often stems from desperation rather than calculated malice. They manipulate to maintain relationships, avoid abandonment, and regulate their own emotional states. These individuals often have tumultuous relationships characterized by idealization and devaluation cycles. They might initially view someone as perfect and wonderful, then later see the same person as completely bad and harmful. This black and white thinking extends to their manipulation tactics, which can swing between extreme neediness and angry rejection. Borderline manipulators often use emotional manipulation tactics like suicide threats, self-harm, or dramatic emotional displays to prevent others from leaving or to regain attention and care. They might threaten to harm themselves if their partner tries to end the relationship, creating a hostage situation where the partner feels responsible for the manipulator's safety. These manipulators often have genuine emotional pain and psychological distress, which can make it difficult for others to recognize the manipulative aspects of their behavior. Their distress is real, but their responses to that distress can be manipulative and harmful to others. The unpredictability of borderline manipulation can be particularly exhausting for victims. The manipulator's emotions can change rapidly and dramatically, requiring constant vigilance and adaptation from those around them. Partners, friends, and family members often find themselves walking on eggshells, never knowing what might trigger an emotional crisis. Unlike other types of manipulators, borderline manipulators often manipulate impulsively rather than strategically. Their manipulation is driven by immediate emotional needs rather than long-term goals, which can make their behavior seem irrational and confusing to others. Chapter 8: Vulnerable Populations. Who gets targeted and why manipulators don't choose their targets randomly. They actively seek out individuals who possess certain characteristics that make them more susceptible to manipulation. Understanding these vulnerability factors can help people recognize when they might be at risk and take protective measures. Empathic and caring individuals. People with high levels of empathy and compassion are often prime targets for manipulation because their natural inclination to help and understand others can be exploited. These individuals tend to give others the benefit of the doubt, make excuses for harmful behavior, and prioritize others' needs over their own well-being. Empathic people often have difficulty recognizing manipulation because they project their own good intentions onto others. They assume that others share their values of honesty, kindness, and mutual respect. This assumption makes them vulnerable to those who don't share these values. Manipulators target empathic individuals by presenting themselves as victims or by appealing to the target's desire to help others. They might share sob stories about their difficult past, claim to be misunderstood by others, or position themselves as needing rescue or protection. The empathic person's natural response is to offer support, understanding, and assistance. The manipulator gradually increases their demands and expectations, taking advantage of the empathic person's reluctance to seem uncaring or unsupportive. This type of manipulation is particularly insidious because it corrupts the victim's greatest strength, their capacity for compassion. Over time, empathic people who are repeatedly manipulated may become cynical and emotionally guarded, losing some of their natural ability to connect with and help others. People in transition or crisis, individuals going through major life changes or personal crises are particularly vulnerable to manipulation because they're often emotionally destabilized, isolated from their normal support systems, and desperate for solutions to their problems. Common transition periods that create vulnerability include divorce, death of a loved one, job loss, relocation, retirement, or major illness. During these times, people's normal decision-making processes may be impaired by stress, grief, or uncertainty. Manipulators often target people in crisis by positioning themselves as saviors or solutions. They might offer financial assistance to someone facing economic hardship, emotional support to someone dealing with loss, or romantic companionship to someone going through a divorce. The timing of these offers is crucial. When someone is struggling and feels isolated, even minimal support can feel like a lifeline. The manipulator creates dependency by being the primary source of support during a vulnerable period, then gradually begins to exploit that dependency. Recovery from manipulation is often more difficult for people who were targeted during crisis periods because the manipulation becomes intertwined with their healing process. They may feel grateful to the manipulator for helping them through a difficult time, making it harder to recognize and address the harmful aspects of the relationship. Isolated individuals. Social isolation is one of the strongest predictors of manipulation. Vulnerability. People who lack strong social connections have fewer reality checks, less emotional support, and reduced access to alternative perspectives and advice. Isolation can result from various factors, including geographic relocation, social anxiety, depression, physical disability, or life circumstances that limit social interaction. Elderly individuals are particularly vulnerable to isolation-based manipulation due to reduced mobility, loss of friends and family members, and potential cognitive decline. Manipulators actively seek out isolated individuals through various means. They might target people in nursing homes, individuals who spend significant time alone online, or people who have recently moved to new areas where they don't have established social connections. The manipulator often becomes the isolated person's primary or only source of social interaction, creating intense dependency. The victim may tolerate harmful treatment because they fear losing their only social connection. Online platforms have created new forms of isolation vulnerability. People who primarily socialize through digital means may have extensive online connections, but lack the depth and reality testing benefits of in-person relationships. This makes them vulnerable to online manipulation tactics. People with low self-esteem, individuals with low self-esteem, are vulnerable to manipulation because they often doubt their own worth, judgment, and perceptions. They may believe they deserve poor treatment or that they're lucky to have any attention at all, even if that attention comes with significant costs. Low self-esteem can result from various factors, including childhood trauma, abusive relationships, mental health issues, or chronic stress and failure. These individuals often have negative self-talk patterns and may be hypersensitive to criticism or rejection. Manipulators exploit low self-esteem through a combination of intermittent validation and systematic undermining. They might initially provide the praise and acceptance the person craves, then gradually introduce criticism and demands that further erode the person's self-confidence. The manipulation often includes gaslighting techniques that make the victim question their own perceptions and memories. Someone with low self-esteem is more likely to accept the manipulator's version of reality because they don't trust their own judgment. Recovery from this type of manipulation often requires addressing the underlying self-esteem issues that made the person vulnerable in the first place. This can be a long and challenging process that may require professional support and significant personal work. Trauma survivors, people who have experienced trauma, particularly childhood trauma or domestic violence, often develop coping mechanisms and worldviews that can make them more susceptible to certain types of manipulation. Trauma survivors may have disrupted attachment patterns that affect their ability to form healthy relationships. They might be drawn to familiar patterns of chaos and dysfunction, even when these patterns are harmful. This can make them vulnerable to manipulators who recreate familiar relationship dynamics. Some trauma survivors develop hypervigilance and may be constantly scanning for threats. Manipulators can exploit this by positioning themselves as protectors or by creating artificial threats that only they can help address. Other trauma survivors may dissociate or become emotionally numb as a protective mechanism. This emotional detachment can make it difficult for them to recognize emotional manipulation or to trust their own feelings about relationships and situations. Complex trauma, particularly childhood emotional abuse, can create adults who have difficulty identifying their own needs, setting boundaries, and recognizing healthy relationship patterns. These individuals may normalize harmful treatment because it feels familiar and expected. The healing process for trauma survivors often involves learning to trust their own perceptions, develop healthy boundaries, and recognize the difference between healthy and unhealthy relationship patterns. This makes them less vulnerable to manipulation over time, but the process can be lengthy and may require professional support. Chapter 9: The Psychology of Victims. Why smart people fall for manipulation. One of the most persistent misconceptions about manipulation is that only naive, unintelligent, or weak people become victims. In reality, intelligent, successful, and strong-willed people are often targeted precisely because they have resources, connections, or capabilities that manipulators want to exploit. The intelligence trap. Intelligence can actually increase vulnerability to certain types of manipulation. Highly intelligent people often pride themselves on their analytical abilities and rational thinking, which can make them overconfident in their ability to detect deception and manipulation. This overconfidence can lead to what psychologists call the intelligence trap. The assumption that intelligence alone is sufficient protection against manipulation. In reality, manipulation often targets emotional and social vulnerabilities that exist independently of intellectual capacity. Intelligent people may also be more susceptible to complex, sophisticated manipulation tactics that appeal to their intellectual pride. A manipulator might present elaborate theories, detailed analyses, or intellectual challenges that engage the target's curiosity and analytical nature while embedding manipulative elements within the intellectual content. The Dunning-Kruger effect can also play a role, where people with some knowledge in an area overestimate their expertise. An intelligent person who understands basic psychology might believe they can easily spot manipulation, making them less vigilant about more subtle tactics. Furthermore, intelligent people, they often have more resources, financial assets, professional connections, social influence that make them attractive targets for manipulators. The stakes of successfully manipulating an intelligent, successful person are often much higher than targeting someone with fewer resources. Cognitive biases and mental shortcuts. All humans, regardless of intelligence, rely on cognitive biases and mental shortcuts to process information efficiently. These shortcuts normally serve us well, but they can be systematically exploited by those who understand cognitive psychology. Confirmation bias leads us to seek information that confirms our existing beliefs while ignoring contradictory evidence. Manipulators can exploit this by presenting information that aligns with their target's existing worldview, making their manipulative message seem more credible and trustworthy. The availability heuristic causes us to judge the likelihood of events based on how easily we can remember examples. Manipulators might share vivid, memorable stories or examples that make their claims seem more common or likely than they actually are. The authority bias makes us more likely to believe information that comes from perceived authority figures. Manipulators can exploit this by assuming or claiming authority through credentials, titles, or association with respected institutions. The halo effect causes us to let one positive characteristic influence our overall impression of someone. A manipulator who appears attractive, successful, or charitable in one area may be assumed to be trustworthy and competent in other areas as well. These biases operate largely below conscious awareness, making them difficult to guard against, even when we're aware of their existence. Recognizing our own susceptibility to these biases is an important step in developing resistance to manipulation. Emotional vulnerabilities. Everyone has emotional needs and vulnerabilities, regardless of their intelligence or life success. Manipulators are skilled at identifying and exploiting these emotional soft spots, often targeting areas where people feel insecure, unfulfilled, or longing for something more. The need for love and connection is universal, and manipulators often exploit this by offering intense emotional experiences, love bombing, deep spiritual connections, or promises of perfect understanding and acceptance. Even successful, intelligent people can be vulnerable to these tactics if they're lonely or unsatisfied in their relationships. Professional insecurities can be exploited in workplace settings. A successful executive might still have deep-seated fears about their competence or worthiness. A manipulative colleague or subordinate might exploit these insecurities through strategic praise, criticism, or competition. Parental concerns create vulnerabilities that manipulators can exploit through threats to children's safety, well-being, or future success. Even the most rational parent can make poor decisions when they believe their children are at risk. Financial fears and aspirations can be exploited regardless of someone's actual financial situation. Wealthy people may fear losing their wealth, while middle-class people may desperately want to improve their financial situation. Both vulnerabilities can be exploited by financial manipulators. The gradual nature of manipulation. One reason why intelligent people fall victim to manipulation is that the process typically happens gradually, making it difficult to recognize until significant psychological or practical damage has already occurred. This gradual process is sometimes called boiling the frog. The idea that a frog placed in gradually heating water won't notice the temperature change until it's too late to escape. Manipulators often begin with small, reasonable requests or minor boundary violations that seem insignificant individually. Each small step seems acceptable, but collectively, they create a pattern of increasing control and exploitation. The gradual nature of manipulation allows the victim to adjust psychologically to each new level of inappropriate treatment. What would have seemed unacceptable at the beginning of the relationship becomes normalized through incremental changes. This process also exploits the sunk cost fallacy. the tendency to continue investing in something because of previous investments, even when the current situation is harmful. As victims invest more time, energy, and resources in the relationship, walking away becomes psychologically more difficult. The manipulator may also use intermittent reinforcement during this gradual process, occasionally returning to earlier, more positive behaviors to maintain hope and prevent the victim from leaving. This creates a psychological addiction to the relationship that can persist even when the victim recognizes the manipulation. Social and professional pressures intelligent, successful people often face unique social and professional pressures that can increase their vulnerability to manipulation. They may feel pressure to maintain their reputation, avoid admitting mistakes, or continue appearing competent and in control. Professional manipulators in workplace settings might exploit these pressures by putting their targets in positions where admitting to being manipulated would be professionally embarrassing or damaging. The victim may continue the relationship to avoid having to explain their poor judgment to colleagues or superiors. Social expectations about success and competence can make it difficult for accomplished people to admit they're being manipulated. There's often an assumption that successful people should be able to handle any interpersonal situation, making it shameful to acknowledge victimization. The fear of seeming paranoid or oversensitive can also prevent intelligent people from trusting their instincts about manipulation. They may dismiss their concerns as overreactions or attribute harmful treatment to misunderstandings rather than deliberate manipulation. These social pressures can prevent victims from seeking help or advice from others, which isolation makes them more vulnerable to continued manipulation. The manipulator may exploit these social concerns by suggesting that others wouldn't understand the situation or would judge the victim for their involvement. Chapter 10: Defense Mechanisms: Protecting Yourself from Manipulation. Developing effective defenses against manipulation requires understanding both the techniques used by manipulators and your own potential vulnerabilities. Protection involves developing awareness, establishing boundaries, improving critical thinking skills, and building strong support systems. Developing psychological awareness. The first line of defense against manipulation is developing awareness of your own psychological patterns, triggers, and vulnerabilities. This self-awareness helps you recognize when your normal decision-making processes might be compromised, or when someone might be exploiting your particular weak spots. Pay attention to your emotional responses during interactions with others. Notice when you feel confused, pressured, guilty, or overwhelmed after conversations with specific people. These emotional reactions can be early warning signs that someone is using manipulative tactics. Develop awareness of your own cognitive biases and how they might be exploited. Understanding your tendency toward confirmation bias, authority deference, or social proof seeking helps you pause and evaluate situations more critically when these tendencies are being triggered. Learn to recognize your own stress responses and how they affect your decision-making. When you're tired, overwhelmed, or emotionally distressed, you're more vulnerable to manipulation. Developing this awareness helps you delay important decisions until you're in a better psychological state. Practice mindfulness and present moment awareness. Manipulation often works by creating emotional urgency or by overwhelming your cognitive resources. Mindfulness helps you step back from immediate emotional reactions and evaluate situations more objectively. Keep a journal of significant interactions and decisions. Writing about your experiences helps you identify patterns over time that might not be apparent in individual moments. You might notice that certain people consistently leave you feeling drained or confused, or that you make poor decisions in particular contexts. Establishing and maintaining boundaries. Healthy boundaries are essential for protecting yourself from manipulation. Boundaries define what treatment you will and won't accept, what information you will and won't share, and what requests you will and won't fulfill. Start by identifying your core values and non-negotiable limits. These might include principles about honesty, respect, personal autonomy, or financial responsibility. Having clear internal guidelines makes it easier to recognize when someone is asking you to compromise important principles. Practice saying no to requests that make you uncomfortable, even when you can't articulate exactly why they feel wrong. Your intuition often recognizes manipulation before your rational mind can analyze what's happening. Trusting your gut feelings and acting on them is an important protective skill. Establish boundaries around information sharing. Be cautious about sharing personal information, especially details about your vulnerabilities, fears, financial situation, or relationship problems. Manipulators use this information to craft more effective manipulation strategies. Set boundaries around time and availability. Don't feel obligated to respond immediately to every request or communication. Taking time to think before responding helps you make better decisions and reduces the effectiveness of pressure tactics. Be prepared for boundary testing. Manipulators often push against boundaries to see if they're firmly established. Consistently enforcing your boundaries, even for small violations, prevents larger boundary violations later. Remember that you don't need to justify or explain your boundaries extensively. Simple statements like, "I'm not comfortable with that," or "that doesn't work for me," are sufficient. Lengthy explanations often provide manipulators with information they can use to argue against your boundaries. Critical thinking and information evaluation. Developing strong critical thinking skills helps you evaluate information and requests more objectively, reducing your susceptibility to manipulation tactics that rely on emotional reactions or faulty reasoning. Learn to recognize common logical fallacies and manipulation tactics. Understanding techniques like false dilemmas, ad hominem attacks, appeal to authority, or emotional appeals helps you identify when someone is using flawed reasoning to influence you. Practice asking for specific evidence when people make claims, especially claims that require you to take action or change your behavior. Ask questions like, "How do you know that?" Or, "Can you show me where that information comes from?" Legitimate requests can usually be supported with specific evidence. Be skeptical of artificial urgency. Manipulators often create false time pressure to prevent you from thinking carefully about decisions. Unless there's a genuine emergency, most important decisions can wait for you to gather information and consider your options. Seek multiple perspectives on important decisions. Talk to trusted friends, family members, or professionals who can provide outside viewpoints. Manipulators often try to isolate their targets from alternative perspectives, so actively seeking diverse opinions helps counteract this tactic. Learn to separate emotional reactions from factual evaluation. Practice identifying when your emotions are being triggered and pause to evaluate the actual facts of the situation. Ask yourself what you would advise a friend in the same situation. Develop media literacy skills for evaluating online information. Learn to check sources, look for corroborating evidence, and recognize signs of biased or manipulated information. These skills become increasingly important as digital manipulation tactics become more sophisticated. Building strong support systems. Having strong, diverse support systems provides protection against manipulation by offering reality checks, alternative perspectives, and emotional support when you're facing difficult situations. Cultivate relationships with people who have different perspectives, backgrounds, and areas of expertise. This diversity helps ensure that you have access to a wide range of viewpoints and advice when making important decisions. Maintain relationships that aren't dependent on any single person or organization. Manipulators often try to become their victim's primary or only source of social support, creating dependency that makes it difficult to leave harmful relationships. Regularly check in with trusted friends and family members about important relationships and decisions in your life. Sometimes, outsiders can see manipulation patterns that are invisible to the person experiencing them. Consider working with professional counselors, therapists, or coaches who can provide objective perspectives on your relationships and decision-making patterns. Professional support is particularly valuable if you've been previously manipulated, or if you recognize patterns of vulnerability in your life. Join groups or communities that share your interests and values. Having multiple sources of social connection and validation makes you less dependent on any single relationship and provides alternative sources of information and perspective. Be willing to offer support to others in your network. Mutual support relationships are generally healthier and more sustainable than one-sided relationships, and they provide additional protection against manipulative individuals who prefer isolated targets. Recognizing and responding to manipulation attempts. Once you understand manipulation tactics and have developed basic protective skills, you need to know how to recognize manipulation attempts as they happen and respond effectively to protect yourself. Trust your emotional reactions when something feels wrong, even if you can't immediately identify what's problematic about a situation. Your subconscious mind often recognizes manipulation patterns before your conscious mind can analyze them. Pay attention to communication patterns that seem designed to bypass your rational thinking. Be especially wary of appeals to emotions like fear, guilt, or excitement that are followed immediately by requests for action or commitment. Notice when someone seems to know exactly what to say to trigger your insecurities, desires, or fears. While genuine empathy exists, manipulators often display an uncanny ability to identify and exploit psychological vulnerabilities. Be suspicious of relationships that progress unusually quickly, whether romantic, professional, or friendship relationships. Healthy relationships typically develop gradually as trust and understanding build over time. Watch for inconsistencies between someone's words and actions, or between their treatment of you and their treatment of others. Pay attention to how they talk about previous relationships and whether they take responsibility for their role in conflicts. When you recognize manipulation attempts, respond calmly and directly. Don't get drawn into emotional arguments or lengthy justifications. Simple statements like, "I need time to think about this," or "I'm not comfortable with that approach," are often most effective. Document problematic interactions, especially in professional or legal contexts. Keep records of communications, decisions, and incidents that might be relevant if the situation escalates or if you need to report harmful behavior. Chapter 11: Recovery and Healing. Rebuilding after manipulation. Recovery from manipulation often involves addressing symptoms similar to trauma, including anxiety, depression, confusion, and difficulty making decisions. Recent research in trauma neuroscience shows that psychological manipulation can cause measurable changes in brain structure and function, particularly in areas responsible for self-trust, decision-making, and emotional regulation. The brain's neuroplasticity, however, means that these changes can be reversed through appropriate intervention and healing practices. Studies using brain imaging techniques like fMRI have shown that therapeutic interventions can help restore normal functioning to areas affected by chronic manipulation and psychological abuse. Understanding the impact of manipulation. The first step in recovery is understanding how manipulation has affected you psychologically, emotionally, and practically. Manipulation can cause symptoms similar to trauma, including anxiety, depression, confusion, and difficulty making decisions. Cognitive effects might include persistent self-doubt, difficulty trusting your own perceptions and memories, and challenges with decision-making. You might find yourself second-guessing choices that would have seemed obvious. Before the manipulation experience, emotional effects can include feelings of shame, anger, sadness, and betrayal. Many manipulation victims experience a complex mix of emotions toward their manipulator, including continued attachment or concern, despite recognizing the harmful treatment they received. Social effects might include isolation from friends and family, difficulty forming new relationships, or challenges with appropriate boundaries in existing relationships. Manipulation often damages your ability to trust your judgment about people and relationships. Physical effects can include sleep disturbances, changes in appetite, fatigue, and stress-related health problems. The chronic stress of being manipulated can have significant impacts on physical health and well-being. Understanding these effects helps normalize your recovery experience and provides a framework for addressing different aspects of healing. Recovery isn't just about getting over what happened. It's about actively rebuilding your psychological and emotional health, rebuilding self-trust and confidence. One of the most significant impacts of manipulation is damage to self-trust. When someone has systematically undermined your perceptions and decision-making, rebuilding confidence in your own judgment becomes a crucial part of recovery. Start with small, low-stakes decisions where you can practice trusting your instincts and observing the outcomes. This might include choosing restaurants, movies, or daily activities based on your preferences, rather than seeking extensive outside input. Keep a decision journal where you record your initial instincts about situations and people. Then track how those instincts prove accurate over time. This helps rebuild evidence that your judgment is reliable and trustworthy. Practice mindfulness and body awareness to reconnect with your internal signals. Manipulation often teaches victims to ignore their gut feelings and physical responses. Relearning to notice and trust these signals is an important part of recovery. Challenge negative self-talk that might have been installed or reinforced by the manipulator. Replace harsh self-criticism with more balanced, compassionate self-evaluation. This process often requires conscious effort and may benefit from professional support. Set small, achievable goals and celebrate when you meet them. Success experiences help rebuild confidence and demonstrate your capability to make good decisions and follow through on commitments. Gradually increase your tolerance for uncertainty and ambiguity. Manipulation often creates a desperate need for certainty and clear answers. Learning to be comfortable with some uncertainty is important for healthy decision-making and relationships. Processing anger and betrayal. Anger is a natural and healthy response to manipulation, but it needs to be processed constructively to support recovery. Suppressing anger can interfere with healing, while expressing it destructively can create new problems. Acknowledge that anger at being manipulated is legitimate and justified. You were wronged, and feeling angry about that treatment is a normal, healthy response that validates your worth and right to respectful treatment. Find healthy outlets for expressing anger, such as journaling, physical exercise, creative activities, or talking with trusted supporters. The goal is to release the emotional energy of anger without causing harm to yourself or others. Distinguish between productive anger that motivates positive change and destructive anger that keeps you stuck in victim mentality. Productive anger might motivate you to strengthen your boundaries or seek justice, while destructive anger focuses on revenge or maintains emotional attachment to the manipulator. Process feelings of betrayal by grieving the relationship you thought you had. Often, manipulation victims need to mourn not just the end of a relationship, but also the discovery that the relationship was never what they believed it to be. Consider the possibility of forgiveness as a gift to yourself rather than to the manipulator. Forgiveness doesn't mean excusing harmful behavior or reconciling with harmful people. It means releasing the emotional burden of carrying anger and resentment. Work through any guilt or self-blame about allowing the manipulation to happen. Remind yourself that manipulation works precisely because it's designed to exploit normal human psychology, and that being manipulated doesn't reflect personal weakness or stupidity. Reconnecting with authentic identity manipulation often involves systematically undermining your sense of self and replacing your authentic identity with one that serves the manipulator's purposes. Recovery involves rediscovering and reclaiming your true self. Reconnect with interests, values, and goals that existed before the manipulative relationship. Make lists of things you enjoyed, believed in, or wanted to accomplish before the manipulation began. Some of these may still resonate with your authentic self. Explore new interests and activities without concern for whether others approve or find them valuable. The manipulation experience may have taught you to constantly seek external validation. So practicing self-directed exploration is an important recovery skill. Spend time alone to reconnect with your internal experience without external influence. This might include meditation, journaling, nature walks, or simply sitting quietly with your thoughts and feelings. Reconnect with people who knew you before the manipulation and who can remind you of your authentic qualities and characteristics. Old friends and family members can provide valuable perspective on who you really are. Consider therapy or counseling to help process the manipulation experience and rediscover your authentic self. Professional support can be particularly valuable for working through complex trauma and identity issues. Experiment with expressing yourself authentically in low-risk situations. Start with small expressions of your preferences, opinions, or personality, and gradually work toward more significant, authentic self-expression. Developing healthy relationship skills. Recovery often involves learning or relearning how to form and maintain healthy relationships. Manipulation can distort your understanding of normal relationship dynamics and create unhealthy patterns that need to be consciously changed. Learn to recognize the characteristics of healthy relationships, including mutual respect, honest communication, appropriate boundaries, and balanced give and take. Study these characteristics consciously, since manipulation may have normalized unhealthy relationship patterns. Practice assertive communication skills that allow you to express your needs, feelings, and boundaries clearly and respectfully. Many manipulation victims need to relearn how to advocate for themselves without being aggressive or passive. Develop tolerance for healthy conflict and disagreement. Manipulation often teaches people to avoid all conflict, or to expect that disagreement means relationship ending crisis. Learning that healthy relationships include respectful disagreement is important for recovery. Start with lower risk relationships and gradually work toward more intimate connections as your skills and confidence develop. This might mean beginning with casual friendships or activity-based relationships before moving toward deeper emotional connections. Learn to recognize and respond appropriately to manipulation attempts in new relationships. Your experience with manipulation, while painful, can become a valuable skill for protecting yourself and others from similar harmful treatment. Set appropriate boundaries from the beginning of new relationships, rather than trying to establish them after patterns have been set. This includes boundaries around communication, time, physical intimacy, financial matters, and personal information. Sharing professional support and resources. Many manipulation victims benefit significantly from professional support during their recovery process. Therapy can provide a safe space to process the manipulation experience and develop healthier relationship skills. Consider therapists who specialize in trauma, abuse recovery, or relationship issues. Different therapeutic approaches may be helpful for different aspects of recovery, including cognitive behavioral therapy, trauma-focused therapy, or relationship counseling. Support groups for manipulation or abuse. Survivors can provide valuable connection with others who understand your experience. Hearing others' stories and recovery processes can provide hope and practical strategies for your own healing. Legal consultation may be appropriate if the manipulation involved fraud, harassment, or other illegal activities. Understanding your legal options can be empowering and may help prevent the manipulator from harming others. Financial counseling might be needed if the manipulation involved financial exploitation, or if you need help rebuilding financial stability after leaving a manipulative relationship. Career counseling or professional development may be helpful if the manipulation occurred in workplace settings, or if you need to rebuild professional relationships and reputation. Medical or psychiatric care may be appropriate if you're experiencing significant anxiety, depression, or other mental health symptoms related to the manipulation experience. Chapter 12. Prevention and Awareness. Creating a manipulation-resistant life. The best defense against manipulation is creating a life structure and mindset that naturally resists manipulative tactics. This involves building strong support systems, developing emotional intelligence, and creating environments that promote healthy relationships. Building emotional intelligence. Emotional intelligence, the ability to recognize, understand, and manage emotions in yourself and others, is one of the most powerful protections against manipulation. Developing these skills helps you recognize emotional manipulation tactics and respond appropriately. Learn to identify and name your emotions accurately. Many people have a limited emotional vocabulary and struggle to distinguish between similar emotions like anger and frustration, or sadness and disappointment. precise emotional awareness helps you understand what's happening internally and respond appropriately. Develop awareness of your emotional triggers, the situations, words, or behaviors that reliably produce strong emotional reactions. Manipulators often deliberately trigger these reactions to impair your judgment. So awareness helps you recognize when this might be happening. Practice emotional regulation techniques that help you manage strong emotions without being overwhelmed by them. This might include deep breathing, progressive muscle relaxation, mindfulness meditation, or other techniques that help you stay centered during emotional stress. Learn to recognize emotions in others, including the difference between genuine emotional expression and artificial emotional displays. Manipulators often fake emotions to influence others, and learning to distinguish authentic from artificial emotional expression is a valuable protective skill. Develop empathy while maintaining appropriate boundaries. Empathy helps you understand others' experiences, but healthy empathy doesn't require you to fix others' problems or accept harmful treatment because someone claims to be in pain. Practice emotional communication skills that allow you to express your feelings clearly and directly. Many manipulation victims struggle with emotional expression, either suppressing their feelings entirely or expressing them in ways that invite manipulation or dismissal. Creating supportive social networks. Strong, diverse social networks provide natural protection against manipulation by offering multiple sources of support, information, and reality checking. Manipulators prefer isolated targets, so building robust social connections is inherently protective. Cultivate friendships with people who share your values but have different perspectives and life experiences. This diversity helps ensure that you're exposed to various viewpoints and aren't trapped in echo chambers that might make you more vulnerable to certain types of manipulation. Maintain relationships with people at different levels of intimacy. Close friends who know you deeply, casual friends for social activities, professional colleagues, and community connections. This network structure provides multiple sources of support and reduces dependence on any single relationship. Participate in groups and activities that align with your interests and values. This might include hobby groups, volunteer organizations, professional associations, religious communities, or social clubs. Regular group participation builds natural social connections and provides opportunities to practice healthy relationship skills. Be willing to invest time and energy in maintaining relationships, but also expect reciprocity. Healthy relationships involve mutual support and investment. Be wary of relationships that consistently require more giving than receiving. Learn to ask for help and support when you need it. Many manipulation victims have been taught that asking for help is weakness or that they don't deserve support. Practicing appropriate help seeking builds stronger relationships and provides protection against future manipulation. Set boundaries around toxic or manipulative people in your existing network. You don't need to completely cut contact with difficult family members or colleagues, but you can limit their access to your time, energy, and personal information. Developing critical thinking habits. Critical thinking skills provide ongoing protection against manipulation by helping you evaluate information, requests, and situations more objectively. Making critical thinking a habit rather than something you only do occasionally provides more consistent protection. Practice questioning your own assumptions and beliefs regularly. Ask yourself why you believe certain things, what evidence supports your beliefs, and whether you might be wrong about some of your conclusions. This intellectual humility makes you less vulnerable to manipulators who exploit certainty and overconfidence. Develop habits of information verification, especially for important decisions. Learn to check sources, look for corroborating evidence, and seek multiple perspectives before making significant commitments or changes. Practice slowing down decision-making processes, especially for important or irreversible decisions. Create personal rules about waiting periods before making major commitments, signing contracts, or making large purchases. This reduces your vulnerability to pressure tactics and artificial urgency. Learn to recognize and counter your own cognitive biases. Everyone has biases, but awareness of your particular biases helps you compensate for them when making important decisions. Develop habits of perspective taking that help you consider how situations might look from different viewpoints. This skill helps you recognize when someone might be presenting biased or incomplete information. Practice distinguishing between correlation and causation, between anecdotal evidence and systematic evidence, and between opinion and fact. These critical thinking skills help you evaluate claims and arguments more accurately, creating personal policies and guidelines. Having clear personal policies about important life areas helps you make consistent decisions and resist manipulation attempts that try to get you to act against your better judgment or core values. Develop clear financial policies about lending money, co-signing loans, making investments, or sharing financial information. Having predetermined guidelines makes it easier to resist financial manipulation attempts. Create communication policies about what information you will and won't share with different types of relationships. This helps prevent manipulators from gathering information they can use against you later. Establish decision-making policies that include waiting periods, consultation requirements, or other safeguards for important life decisions. For example, you might have a policy of waiting 24 hours before responding to any request that makes you uncomfortable. Set policies about physical and emotional boundaries in relationships. Clear guidelines about what treatment you will and won't accept make it easier to recognize boundary violations and respond appropriately. Create policies about online behavior, including what information you share on social media, how you respond to online requests, and what safety measures you take in digital communications. Develop policies about helping others that balance your desire to be supportive with appropriate self-protection. This might include limits on time, money, or emotional energy you're willing to invest in helping others. Ongoing education and awareness. Continuing to learn about manipulation tactics, psychology, and healthy relationships provides ongoing protection as manipulative techniques evolve, and as you encounter new types of relationships and situations. Stay informed about current manipulation tactics, especially those involving technology and social media. Manipulative techniques continue to evolve, and staying current helps you recognize new forms of manipulation. Read books, articles, and research about healthy relationships, communication skills, and emotional intelligence. Ongoing education in these areas helps you continue developing protective skills throughout your life. Pay attention to your own relationship patterns and decision-making over time. Regular self-reflection helps you identify areas where you might be vulnerable and adjust your protective strategies accordingly. Learn from others' experiences with manipulation and recovery. Hearing diverse stories and strategies helps you develop a broader understanding of how manipulation works and how to protect against it. Consider taking courses or workshops on communication, assertiveness, boundary setting, or other skills that contribute to healthy relationships and self-protection. Stay connected with supportive communities and resources that reinforce healthy relationship principles and provide ongoing support for maintaining manipulation-resistant lifestyle choices. Chapter 13: The Ethical Implications. When influence becomes manipulation. Understanding the difference between ethical influence and harmful manipulation is crucial for both protecting yourself and ensuring that your own behavior toward others remains ethical and respectful. The line between persuasion and manipulation isn't always clear, but there are important principles that can guide ethical decision-making. The consent and transparency principle. Ethical influence is characterized by transparency about intentions and respect for the other person's autonomy and decision-making capacity. The person being influenced has access to relevant information and the genuine freedom to say no without negative consequences. Manipulation, by contrast, often involves deception about intentions, withholding relevant information, or creating artificial consequences for non-compliance. The manipulator benefits from the other person's decision, but that person doesn't have access to the information needed to make a truly informed choice. Consider the difference between ethical sales techniques and manipulative ones. An ethical salesperson provides accurate information about products, acknowledges limitations or drawbacks, and respects customers' decisions not to purchase. A manipulative salesperson might exaggerate benefits, hide important limitations, or use pressure tactics to force decisions. The consent principle also involves respecting people's right to change their minds, ask questions, seek outside advice, or take time to consider decisions. Manipulators often try to prevent these normal decision-making processes through artificial urgency, isolation, or punishment for hesitation. Transparency doesn't necessarily mean revealing every detail of your motivations, but it does mean being honest about significant conflicts of interest, potential negative consequences, or important limitations of what you're offering. The key question to ask yourself is, would this person make the same decision if they had complete information about my motivations and the situation? If the answer is no, you may be crossing the line from influence into manipulation. The mutual benefit principle. Ethical influence typically creates genuine value or benefit for all parties involved, even if the benefits aren't identical. Both people should be better off as a result of the interaction, or at least the influenced person should benefit in ways that justify any costs or sacrifices involved. Manipulation often creates benefit primarily for the manipulator, while imposing costs on the target that they haven't fully understood or consented to. The manipulator may frame the situation as mutually beneficial, but the reality is exploitation rather than genuine exchange. In healthy persuasion situations, you can openly discuss how both parties benefit and how any negative consequences are outweighed by positive ones. In manipulative situations, honest discussion of costs and benefits would likely prevent the desired outcome. This principle doesn't mean that every influence attempt must benefit both parties equally. But it does mean that the person being influenced should receive genuine value that justifies their investment of time, energy, money, or other resources. Sometimes, ethical influence involves helping someone do something that's in their long-term best interest, even if they don't immediately want to do it. Parents, teachers, therapists, and friends sometimes need to encourage difficult but beneficial choices. The key is that the influence serves the other person's authentic well-being rather than the influencer's selfish interests. The respect for autonomy principle. Ethical influence respects the other person's right to make their own decisions, even poor ones, and doesn't attempt to override their decision-making capacity through emotional manipulation, information control, or other tactics that impair judgment. This principle involves recognizing that competent adults have the right to make choices that others might consider wrong or harmful, as long as those choices don't harm others. Ethical influence provides information and perspective, but ultimately respects people's autonomy to decide for themselves. Manipulation often involves treating others as objects to be controlled, rather than as autonomous individuals deserving of respect. The manipulator assumes that their judgment about what's best is more important than the other person's right to self-determination. Respecting autonomy also means acknowledging when someone lacks the capacity for truly autonomous decision-making due to age, mental illness, cognitive impairment, or extreme emotional distress. In these situations, ethical behavior might involve protecting the person from harmful decisions rather than attempting to influence them for your own benefit. The autonomy principle extends to respecting people's existing relationships, commitments, and responsibilities. Ethical influence doesn't ask people to violate their important relationships or ethical commitments to benefit you. The proportionality principle. Ethical influence uses tactics that are proportionate to the importance of the outcome and the nature of the relationship. More intensive influence tactics might be justified for more significant outcomes. But everyday situations should involve gentle, respectful persuasion rather than high-pressure tactics. A parent might use more intensive influence tactics to prevent a teenager from engaging in dangerous behavior than would be appropriate for encouraging them to clean their room. A doctor might use stronger persuasion to encourage a patient to take life-saving medication than would be appropriate for recommending lifestyle changes. Manipulation often involves using disproportionately intensive tactics for relatively minor outcomes. The manipulator might use guilt, fear, or other powerful emotional tactics to get their way in situations where simple, honest requests would be more appropriate. The proportionality principle also considers the vulnerability of the person being influenced. More vulnerable individuals, children, elderly people, those in crisis, or those in dependent relationships deserve extra protection from intensive influence tactics. Consider whether your influence tactics match the importance of what you're asking for and the nature of your relationship with the person. If you find yourself using high-pressure tactics consider whether your influence tactics match the importance of what you're asking for and the nature of your relationship with the person. If you find yourself using high-pressure tactics for minor requests, or if you're using intimate relationship dynamics to influence professional decisions, you may be crossing ethical lines. Recognizing your own manipulative tendencies. Most people engage in some manipulative behaviors occasionally, often without realizing it or without intending harm. Developing awareness of your own manipulative tendencies is important for ethical personal development and for building healthier relationships. Common everyday manipulative behaviors include using guilt trips to get your way, withholding affection to punish behavior you don't like, exaggerating consequences to create artificial urgency, or using emotional outbursts to avoid accountability for your actions. Pay attention to situations where you feel desperate to get your way, or where you find yourself using tactics that you wouldn't want others to use on you. These situations often reveal manipulative tendencies that deserve closer examination. Notice patterns in your relationships where others consistently give in to your requests, not because they genuinely want to help, but because they feel pressured, guilty, or afraid of negative consequences. These patterns might indicate that you're using manipulative tactics even if you don't intend to. Consider whether you respect others' right to say no to your requests, and whether you create safe spaces for honest disagreement. If people in your life seem afraid to disagree with you, or consistently defer to your preferences even when they seem reluctant, you might be inadvertently using manipulative tactics. Reflect on your motivations for wanting to influence others. Are you primarily concerned with their well-being and respecting their autonomy? Or are you primarily focused on getting what you want, regardless of the cost to them? The responsibility of knowledge. Understanding manipulation techniques creates ethical responsibilities about how you use that knowledge. The same techniques that help you recognize and resist manipulation could potentially be used to manipulate others more effectively. Knowledge about psychological vulnerabilities and influence techniques should be used primarily for protection and education, rather than for exploitation. Sharing this knowledge with others to help them protect themselves is generally ethical, while using it to manipulate them is not. Consider your motivations when applying psychological insights to influence others. Are you trying to help them make better decisions that serve their authentic interests? Or are you trying to get them to do what serves your interests, regardless of the impact on them? Be particularly careful about using manipulation knowledge in situations where you have power over others, as a parent, supervisor, thatcher, caregiver. Power imbalances create additional ethical responsibilities to avoid exploiting others' vulnerabilities. If you recognize manipulative patterns in yourself, take responsibility for changing those patterns rather than justifying them or continuing them with increased sophistication. Personal growth often involves acknowledging and changing harmful behavioral patterns. Consider seeking professional help or support if you recognize significant manipulative tendencies in yourself, especially if those tendencies are causing harm to your relationships or to others' well-being. Chapter 14. The broader impact: manipulation in society and culture. Manipulation operates not only in individual relationships, but also at societal and cultural levels. Understanding these broader patterns helps us recognize how manipulation shapes public opinion, consumer behavior, and social norms. Media manipulation and information control. Modern media environments create unprecedented opportunities for large-scale manipulation through control of information, framing of issues, and exploitation of psychological biases. Understanding these techniques helps develop critical media literacy skills. News media manipulation might involve selective reporting that emphasizes certain facts while ignoring others. Framing techniques that present the same information in ways that lead to different conclusions, or timing of information release to maximize emotional impact. Advertising represents perhaps the most sophisticated form of mass manipulation, using psychological research to influence consumer behavior. Modern advertising often targets unconscious desires and fears rather than providing rational information about products or services. Social media platforms use algorithmic manipulation to influence what information people see, how they interpret that information, and how they interact with others online. These algorithms often prioritize engagement over accuracy or well-being, leading to the spread of misinformation and polarization. Political manipulation involves using psychological techniques to influence voting behavior, policy support, and social attitudes. This might include fear-based messaging, false dilemmas, scapegoating, or the creation of artificial social proof through propaganda and organized campaigns. The scale of media manipulation means that individual critical thinking skills, while important, are insufficient protection. Society-level solutions might include media literacy education, regulatory oversight of advertising claims, and transparency requirements for algorithmic systems. Consumer manipulation and marketing psychology. The consumer economy relies heavily on psychological manipulation to influence purchasing decisions, often encouraging people to buy things they don't need with money they don't have to impress people they don't like. Price manipulation techniques include anchoring effects, artificial scarcity, bundling strategies, and subscription models designed to obscure the true cost of products or services. These techniques exploit cognitive biases to make purchasing decisions seem more rational than they actually are. Emotional manipulation in marketing often targets insecurities, social anxieties, or aspirational desires. Advertisers might suggest that purchasing their products will make you more attractive, successful, happy, or socially accepted. Behavioral economics principles are increasingly used to design purchasing environments that encourage impulsive buying decisions. This might include store layouts that guide customer flow, product placement strategies, or online interfaces designed to minimize conscious decision-making. Subscription and recurring payment models often use manipulation techniques to make it easy to sign up, but difficult to cancel. These systems exploit inertia and make cancellation processes complicated or emotionally uncomfortable. Consumer protection against manipulation requires both individual awareness and regulatory oversight. Understanding your own psychological vulnerabilities to marketing messages helps you make more conscious purchasing decisions. Political manipulation and propaganda. Political manipulation involves using psychological techniques to influence public opinion, voting behavior, and support for policies or candidates. These techniques often exploit tribal loyalties, fear responses, and cognitive biases to override rational political thinking. Propaganda techniques include repetition of simple messages, emotional appeals that bypass rational analysis, scapegoating that directs anger toward specific groups, and the creation of false narratives that seem to explain complex social problems. Political polarization is often artificially created and maintained through manipulation techniques that exaggerate differences between groups while minimizing common ground. This polarization makes democratic compromise and problem-solving more difficult. Voter suppression might involve spreading misinformation about voting processes, creating artificial barriers to registration or voting, or using intimidation tactics to discourage participation by certain groups. The manipulation of democratic processes threatens the foundation of democratic society by preventing informed citizen participation in governance. Protecting democracy requires both individual media literacy and institutional safeguards against manipulation. Foreign interference in domestic political processes represents a particularly serious form of political manipulation, where external actors attempt to influence internal political decisions through misinformation, social media manipulation, and other techniques. Workplace and organizational manipulation. Organizational environments can foster manipulation through power imbalances, competition for resources, and cultures that reward manipulative behavior rather than ethical leadership and collaboration. Workplace manipulation might involve taking credit for others' work, spreading misinformation about colleagues, using emotional manipulation to avoid accountability, or exploiting power differences to coerce compliance with unreasonable requests. Organizational cultures that reward results regardless of methods often inadvertently encourage manipulative behavior. When advancement depends on political maneuvering rather than competence and ethical behavior, manipulation becomes a survival strategy. Management manipulation might involve using fear tactics to motivate performance, withholding information to maintain control, playing employees against each other to prevent organization, or using financial pressure to extract compliance with unreasonable demands. Creating manipulation-resistant organizational cultures requires clear ethical guidelines, transparent decision-making processes, accountability mechanisms for unethical behavior, and leadership that models respectful, honest communication. Legal protections against workplace manipulation include laws against harassment, discrimination, and retaliation. But many forms of workplace manipulation fall into gray areas that require organizational rather than legal solutions. Cultural and social manipulation. Cultural manipulation involves shaping social norms, values, and behaviors through systematic influence campaigns that operate over extended periods and across multiple social institutions. Historical examples include propaganda campaigns that prepared populations for war, cultural movements that normalized previously unacceptable behaviors, or systematic campaigns to change social attitudes toward specific groups or practices. Religious manipulation might involve using spiritual authority to control behavior, exploiting fear of divine punishment, or creating dependency relationships between religious leaders and followers. Educational manipulation can involve curriculum design that promotes specific worldviews while suppressing alternative perspectives, teaching methods that discourage critical thinking, or institutional cultures that punish dissent. Social media and digital platforms have created new opportunities for cultural manipulation through algorithmic amplification of specific messages, creation of artificial social movements, and targeted influence campaigns that reach specific demographic groups. Protecting against cultural manipulation requires diverse information sources, critical thinking education, and social institutions that promote open debate and intellectual freedom rather than conformity to specific ideological positions. Chapter 15. Moving forward, building a more ethical world. Understanding manipulation is ultimately about creating a better world where people can form genuine connections, make authentic choices, and live with dignity and respect. This final chapter explores how individuals and communities can work together to reduce manipulation and promote healthier social dynamics, personal responsibility, and growth. Each individual has a responsibility to examine their own behavior and work toward more ethical interactions with others. This involves ongoing self-reflection, commitment to personal growth, and willingness to change harmful patterns. Take inventory of your own manipulative tendencies and work actively to change them. This might involve apologizing for past harmful behavior, seeking professional help to address underlying issues, or making specific commitments to more ethical behavior patterns. Practice radical honesty in your relationships, which means being truthful about your motivations, acknowledging your mistakes, and communicating directly rather than indirectly, manipulating to get your needs met. Develop genuine empathy and concern for others' well-being, not just as a strategy for getting what you want, but as a fundamental orientation toward other human beings as valuable in their own right. Ethical behavior in your interactions with others. Understanding that your behavior influences social norms and expectations in your communities and relationships. Take responsibility for educating yourself about healthy relationship dynamics, ethical communication, and the psychological factors that contribute to manipulation and exploitation. Support others who are working to recover from manipulation or who are developing healthier relationship skills. Your support and encouragement can make a significant difference in others' healing processes. Teaching and prevention. Education about manipulation and healthy relationships should begin early and continue throughout life. Teaching these skills helps create a culture that's more resistant to manipulation and more supportive of authentic human connection. parenting practices that emphasize respect for children's autonomy, honest communication, and healthy boundary setting help raise children who are less vulnerable to manipulation and less likely to become manipulative themselves. Educational curricula should include media literacy, critical thinking skills, emotional intelligence, and healthy relationship education. These skills help students navigate an increasingly complex information environment and form healthier relationships throughout their lives. Community education programs can help adults develop manipulation-resistant skills, especially focusing on vulnerable populations like elderly individuals, people in crisis, or those with limited education or resources. Professional development programs for those in positions of authority, managers, teachers, healthcare providers, clergy, should include ethics training that addresses the potential for manipulation and abuse of power. Peer education and support programs can help people learn from each other's experiences and develop stronger community networks that provide natural protection against manipulation. Creating supportive communities. Communities that prioritize mutual support, ethical behavior, and genuine care for all members naturally resist manipulation and provide healing environments for those who have been harmed, develop community norms and expectations that prioritize honesty, respect, and mutual support over competition, status seeking, or individual advantage at others' expense. Create systems for accountability when community members engage in manipulative or harmful behavior. This might include mediation processes, educational interventions, or in serious cases, removal from community participation. Build diverse, inclusive communities that welcome people with different backgrounds, perspectives, and experiences. Diversity provides natural protection against groupthink and manipulation tactics that rely on homogeneity. Establish support systems for community members who are vulnerable to manipulation. Elderly individuals, people in crisis, those with mental health challenges, or anyone going through difficult life transitions. Promote economic and social policies that reduce vulnerability to manipulation by addressing poverty, social isolation, and lack of access to education and healthcare. Systemic and institutional change. Addressing manipulation at a societal level requires changes to institutions, systems, and policies that currently enable or reward manipulative behavior. Legal reforms might include stronger consumer protection laws, regulations on advertising practices, transparency requirements for political communications, and better enforcement of existing laws against fraud and exploitation. Institutional changes in schools, workplaces, healthcare systems, and other organizations should prioritize ethical behavior, transparency, and respect for individual autonomy over efficiency or profit. Maximization technology platforms should be designed with user well-being in mind, rather than purely engagement or profit metrics. This might include algorithm transparency, protection against addictive design features, and stronger safeguards against misinformation. Political reforms might include campaign finance regulations, lobbying restrictions, and requirements for transparency in political communications that help reduce the influence of manipulative tactics in democratic processes. Healthcare and social service systems should be designed to support people's autonomy and well-being, rather than creating dependency relationships that can be exploited by those in positions of authority. Research and understanding continued research into manipulation, influence, and healthy relationship dynamics helps improve our understanding of these phenomena and develops better strategies for prevention and intervention. Psychological research should continue investigating the mechanisms of manipulation, the factors that create vulnerability, and the most effective strategies for building resistance and supporting recovery. Sociological research can help us understand how manipulation operates at community and societal levels, and what social conditions promote or prevent large-scale manipulation. Technology research should focus on developing systems and platforms that support human well-being and authentic connection, rather than exploitation and addiction. Educational research can help identify the most effective ways to teach manipulation resistance skills and healthy relationship dynamics across different age groups and populations. Cross-cultural research helps us understand how manipulation tactics and resistance strategies vary across different cultural contexts and what universal principles might apply across all human societies. Hope and possibility. While this audiobook has focused extensively on the dark aspects of human psychology and behavior, it's important to end with hope and possibility. Understanding manipulation is ultimately about reclaiming our capacity for authentic connection, genuine choice, and meaningful relationships. Most people, most of the time, are not trying to manipulate others. The majority of human interactions are characterized by basic decency, mutual respect, and genuine care for others' well-being. Understanding manipulation helps us protect and nurture these positive aspects of human nature. Recovery from manipulation is possible. People can heal from even severe manipulation experiences, rebuild their capacity for trust and authentic relationship, and go on to live fulfilling, connected lives. Communities can change. Social norms can shift toward greater emphasis on ethical behavior, mutual support, and respect for individual autonomy. We've seen such changes throughout history as societies have evolved toward greater recognition of human dignity and rights. Individuals can grow and change. People who have engaged in manipulative behavior can develop greater self-awareness, empathy, and commitment to more ethical ways of relating to others. Knowledge is power. Understanding how manipulation works provides you with tools for protecting yourself and others, for building healthier relationships, and for contributing to a more ethical world. Every person who develops manipulation-resistant skills, every healthy relationship that's built on mutual respect and authentic connection, every community that prioritizes ethical behavior over exploitation contributes to a world where manipulation has less power and where human dignity is more fully realized.